CES isn't just about what's next. It's about what's possible. And when technology and humanity intersect, the answer is anything. That's because tech doesn't just solve challenges. It transforms them into opportunities. It helps us move smarter, live healthier, and experience the world in ways we never thought possible. We are not just here for a tech event. We're here to connect, to solve, to discover, together. Tech isn't just advancing, it's uniting, bringing us closer to an autonomous future, connecting us to better care, making life more connected, more dynamic, and more human. Today's challenges demand bold solutions, and CES is where they start to take shape. Breakthroughs in sustainability, advancements to help feed our growing world. This week isn't just a stage for breakthroughs, it's the spark for discovery. Every screen, every pixel, every part of the tech you will see here showcases the extraordinary potential of human ingenuity meeting technological power. Now we begin this celebration of what connects us, has the power to solve our greatest challenges, and offers endless possibilities we're yet to discover. Right here, right now. The world is watching. So let's dive in.
Please welcome the CEO and Vice Chair of the Consumer Technology Association and best-selling author, Gary Shapiro.
Thank you and welcome to CES 2025. Thank you so much for coming to CES. It is the coolest, funnest, and most exciting technology show, or frankly, any show in the world. It gathers the innovators, the disruptors, and the dreamers, the people who reshape our world now and actually are creating a better future. These days, it feels like everyone is pivoting. Certainly, the United States and Canada are in the midst of a dramatic pivots in government, but so is the rest of the world. That's what I hear from the innovators in Eureka Park, our home for startups, and from the global technology brands that are driving our economies and our world forward. It's what I hear from leaders in technology and in government every day. And it's what inspired CTA's new book, Pivot or Die: How Leaders Thrive When Everything Changes. Thank you. Of course, progress has never come from standing still. It comes from those who took a chance and they tried something new. Think about it. Humans discovered fire, and that sparked the birth of civilization. We didn't just use fire, we harnessed it to cook, to warm our homes, to shape the world. Along came the wheel, an innovation that allowed us to travel further and faster. A lot of other innovations occurred. Cars, machines that shrunk time and space. We turned our eyes to the sky. The airplane wasn't just a way to get from one place to another. It showed our ability to break barriers, to stretch the limits of what's possible. As humans, we've done this over and over, pivoting, innovating to survive and to thrive. And that's especially true in the rapidly evolving world of technology, where we have to adapt or become obsolete. Pivot or die. As we know, successful companies don't just ride the wave of change, they create it. Just look at our CES 2025 keynotes. NVIDIA, amazing last night. Panasonic, Sirius, XM, X, formerly known as Twitter, Delta, Volvo Group, Accenture, and Waymo. All companies with the agility to adapt and pivot in response to changing markets and a rapidly changing world. And that's not to mention the over 1,000 speakers joining us on CES stages over the next 4 days. These leaders succeed not just because of their amazing products and services, they succeed because they know that technology is only as powerful as the people around it. And today, we're actually seeing technology and humanity intersect. AI, autonomous vehicles, and quantum computing aren't just changing industries, they're solving some of the world's biggest challenges. AI is revolutionizing automation and decision-making. Autonomous vehicles are reshaping mobility, making roads safer and systems more efficient, and it's opening new doors for the elderly and people with disabilities. And health technology is supporting patients and extending quality of life. While these technologies solve problems, they can also create a new one, an increasing demand for energy. And that's why here at CES 2025, you'll also see solutions in sustainability, efficiency, and energy production. And that will help us navigate this big energy transition in front of us. To share more, I am so thrilled to introduce a true champion of innovation and a star at CTA, President of the Consumer Technology Association, Kinsey Fabrizio.
Thank you, Gary, and welcome everyone. There is truly no place on earth like CES as a gathering spot for so many people around the world who believe in the power and the possibility of tech innovation. From solving big global challenges like access to food and medical care and education to making our everyday lives just a little bit greater, technology is an incredible force for good. Take healthcare. Remote patient monitoring has revolutionized how we care for people, especially in rural and underserved areas. And AI is powering everything from diagnostics to drug discovery. Or take accessibility. At CES 2025, you'll find smart home technology, autonomous mobility, and even 3D printed prosthetics. And I'll tell you a personal story. My father-in-law has mild hearing loss. And during the holidays, he was using his new hearing aid feature on his AirPods. And he said he was so thankful to CTA for our work to make over-the-counter hearing aids possible. And thank you. And trust me, between the jolly chowder and the rowdy children, it's a big Italian family, those AirPods came just in time. At CES, you'll see over-the-counter hearing aid technology on the show floor, along with wearable tech for every need you can imagine.
I love that story, Kinsey. We spend a lot of our time talking about the big picture of technology, like its power to drive economic growth, boost our stock portfolios, and change industries. But that's all important, but it really just as important to talk about how technology changes our individual lives the way you just did. Because at the end of the day, technology matters because it helps people like your father-in-law and millions more around the world.
It's true, and it's far from replacing people. Technology empowers them. Think about ag tech that helps farmers make better decisions about the crops they plant, and augmented reality glasses that provide real-time language translation. And how about cybersecurity tools that are helping us protect ourselves and our data? From AI to robotics and healthcare and sustainability, CES 2025 will show what's possible when the entire tech ecosystem comes together in one place. You'll see the companies driving forward our autonomous future, adapting to new environments in real time, and opening doors for people with mobility challenges. And you're going to see innovations that are creating new power and supporting a more sustainable world.
Absolutely. Kinsey, each year at CES, we see that innovation can come from anyone, anywhere. But for good ideas to become great products, innovators need pro-innovation policies. To keep our economies thriving and inflation in check, we need policies that enable startups, allow businesses to flourish, and create the next generation of tech leaders. Policies that create rules of the road for tech companies and offer guardrails to protect safety, privacy, and fairness. Here in the US, that means finding a way to break through the gridlock and pass sensible immigration reforms to promote highly skilled immigration. Thank you, Michael.
He's a good cheerleader.
And recognizing that tariffs are taxes paid for by American businesses and the American people and the world. In fact, we actually just released some research Sunday at our Tech Trends presentation, and it shows that the proposed tariffs on tech products could tank US consumer purchasing power by as much as $143 billion in just the first year.
And with the growing scrutiny of the tech ecosystem and a new US administration coming soon, the conversations that we're having here at CES over the next 4 days have never been more important. And to help drive those conversations, we're also looking to CTA's Global Innovation Scorecard. First launched in 2019, the scorecard is designed to rank countries on the policies and practices that fuel the fire of innovation or stand in the way of progress.
Absolutely. It's so important that other countries have the opportunities to have their citizens take advantage of innovation and also be the innovators. For the 2025 Global Innovation Scorecard, we asked, which countries have the political, economic, and demographic realities that catalyze innovators to invent the future? That means not just evaluating the investment in cutting-edge sectors or red tape for startups, but recognizing that countries that ensure freedom of speech, create opportunities for workshop diversity, and respect people's fundamental freedoms. And by celebrating the best of the best, our innovation champions, we encourage other countries to follow their lead. Let's learn more.
Since 2019, the Consumer Technology Association has produced the Global Innovation Scorecard, leading the world in ranking countries on their commitment to fostering an ecosystem driving innovation. Innovation typically means a new method, idea, or product. But what makes an innovation champion? It's when technology and policy come together to fuel transformation for a country and its people. This new class of global innovation champions reflect the art of what's possible and are finding new ways to solve the world's biggest challenges. Congratulations to this year's innovation champions. We can't wait to see what you do next.
Please welcome our 2025 Global Innovation Scorecard Award winners. Estonia's Minister of Economy and Industry, Erkki Kelto. Finland's Ambassador to the United States, Lenika Samikula. Germany's Minister for Digital and Transport, Volker Wissing. The Netherlands Minister of Economic Affairs, Dirk Beljaerts. Sweden's Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Energy, Business and Industry, Ebba Busch. Switzerland's Ambassador to the United States, Ralph Heckner.
Oh, we go for our group picture, group picture. We're gonna do a group photo. Okay.
I think we on the.
Gary, in.
Oh, we're in the- yeah, we're in the-
There you go.
I think you guys switch. You guys just. Okay.
We're nailing it now.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. You guys can go off stage this way. Thank you. All right, congratulations again to our 2025 Global Innovation Champions. Gary, as you know, we are wrapping up an exciting year for CTA. It's our 100th anniversary. Yes. Woo-hoo! Thank you. It's a huge milestone, and it's an incredible reflection on how far we've come since we started out as the Radio Manufacturers Association.
That's funny, you know, I don't feel 100.
You don't even look 100. You don't look a day over 99. But we rehearsed it and he liked it. But more seriously, this year, we've had a chance to celebrate a century of staying ahead of the curve, a century of working to advance technology and the innovation that fuels it.
Certainly, I mean, we've grown as an association and along with the tech industry, but our industry has certainly never, ever been stronger. Today, we reflect the energy, the momentum, and the impact of a sector that's shaping the world now and the future that our children and our grandchildren will inherit. And one of the best parts of our career is handing this over to you.
It is one of the best parts of our job. And we love building on all the incredible success we've had in the past while looking ahead to the next 100 years. And with that in mind, we refreshed the CTA brand last fall with one shared identity for the first time in our history. And this isn't just about a new logo, though we think ours is pretty great. It's about visually representing the connection between technology and humanity, a bond that we've championed for the last century. And as part of our evolution, we also launched a refreshed CES.tech this year after a lot of feedback from many of you. Thank you so much. And I hope that you've all found it to be a very helpful resource in the lead up to CES 2025. And speaking of helpful resources, do not forget to download the CES 2025 app. It is new and improved and more helpful than ever. And coming soon is a new CTA.tech, another step to make it easier for the industry to connect, collaborate, and innovate.
Great. I love these changes we're making. It's give us the look that reflects what we're doing. But as we look ahead, I am excited to share two big announcements that are investments by the association, the Consumer Technology Association, that reflect the future of technology. And to help us do that, I'd like to invite two members of CTA's executive board to join us on stage. Everyone, please join me in welcoming austere founder and CEO and immediate past chair of CTA's executive board, Dina Gazarian, and former executive at IBM, Verizon Business, and Kratos Defense, and Quantum Crunch founder and CEO and CTA executive board member, Debbie Taylor Moore.
Get over. Good to see you. Good luck.
Break the leg. Break the leg. Wait, Kinsey, come back here. We're doing a photo.
Oh. Hi, everybody.
We have to say hello.
Oh, we have to take a picture.
Yeah, we have to take a picture. Okay, we got her on.
Hi, everybody. I am so excited to join Gary and Kinsey to share some very big news for CTA. When I founded my company, Austere, I had the advantage of decades of connections in the consumer technology space. But it's a tougher road for many entrepreneurs trying to break into the industry to gain access to capital, especially for women and Black and brown founders. Only 2% of venture capital goes to marginalized founders. That's why I have been such a fierce advocate for CTA's work through the Innovation for All Fund, spearheaded by @CTA by Tiffany Moore. Since its announcement in CES 2019, The fund has provided $10 million to 10 venture capital firms that support women, people of color, veterans, and other underrepresented entrepreneurs. Today, I am thrilled to share that based on our success and demonstrated impact, CTA will invest an additional $5 million into this incredible effort. This investment will help to support and catalyze the next generation of world-changing entrepreneurs. Thank you to everyone who supported this work, especially my colleagues on the Innovation for All Committee, Chairwoman Mara Lewis, and committee member Denise Gibson, who proposed the original idea for the fund. And most importantly, John Shalom, who's the chairman of the investment committee, who made their dream come to life. For our next announcement, I'll turn it over to my fellow board member and friend, Debbie Taylor-Moore.
Thanks, Dina. And thank you so much for all of your work over the past year. It's been outstanding.
Thank you, Debbie.
So, I've worked in the cybersecurity field for more than 2 decades, and one of the biggest sea changes I've ever seen in our industry is the emergence and the development of quantum technology. I'll put it this way for the Taylor Swift fans who are, there you go, who are familiar with her Eras tour. She has had an era, I think we would agree. If the 2020s are the AI era, then the 2030s will most certainly be the quantum era. Broader use of quantum technology is going to completely transform my field, cybersecurity, as well as enterprises in healthcare, telecom, in material sciences. It's going to change the way we optimize supply chain management. And that's why I was thrilled to work with the incredible CTA staff to broker a major investment in Quantum World Congress. Quantum World Congress is a first-of-its-kind global quantum conference that's located in Washington, D.C., that convenes the entire quantum ecosystem. This investment expands CTA's reach into emerging areas of critical technology. So, congratulations to CTA and to the Quantum World Congress team. And I just want to say, it's going to be a wild year. Have a happy new year and just a fabulous CES.
Good job, Debbie.
Thank you, Dina and Debbie, 2 of my favorite ladies. At CES 2025, we have also been working with the Quantum World Congress over the last year to produce a new quantum-focused conference track, one of several new CES conference tracks this year. So let's talk about what else is new at CES 2025. This year, we are thrilled to have South Hall back online and buzzing for the first time since 2020, showcasing classic CES products and accessories. And digital health has a new home at the Venetian, uniting health, lifestyle, fitness, and smart home, all those categories together to reflect our connected living experience. And the CES keynotes will span the Las Vegas Strip. NVIDIA's Jensen Huang delivered an amazing sold-out keynote at Mandalay Bay last night. And we will see Delta's Ed Bastian at the Sphere tonight. And if you're planning to join us at Sphere, don't forget that you will need a separate ticket to experience Delta's keynote. I'm pretty sure there's information on the screen behind me, but tickets are limited and can be picked up on a first-serve, first-come basis. And they are located at the Aria, the Venetian Expo, North, South, and West halls of the Las Vegas Convention Center. They're everywhere. So make sure you find one and pick them up before the event tonight. One other new addition that I am especially excited for is the new CES Creator Space, presented by Sony. and the Central Hall's grand lobby. This space is an exclusive area for our storytellers, the amazing media and content creators who cover the show, helping them develop content and make connections with exhibitors and each other. This area will also feature 3 days of exciting on-stage programming sponsored by Sony and Pinterest. With so much to see and do, we are ready to dive in to new tech, new partnerships, and new ideas. Ready to dive in to all of these new tech and new partnerships and new ideas. Where's Gary? Gary, are you coming? Oh my gosh. Gary, I said dive in, like the campaign, not ride in.
I think I need one of those new hearing aids your father-in-law got.
What are you doing?
Well, what I'm doing is I think I've also learned that I can't ride circles around you.
Well, you are truly the master of pivots, Gary, so take it away.
Thank you, everybody. Everybody, the amazing Kinsey Fabrizio.
Thank you.
You know, in Pivot or Die, I talk about the need for reinvention and transformation. But even as we embrace new things, some technologies and companies thrive long-term. Like the bicycle, invented before any of us were born, it's been reinvented over the years to become the e-bike, like the bike I just rode in on from Panasonic. Or like Panasonic itself, a company that's reinvented and transformed itself to stay practical, relevant, and vital. More than 100 years later, Panasonic is still transforming, not only as a country and as a group of employees, but they're transforming entire industries, societies, and lifestyles. That kind of agility is what I hope all of the companies, entrepreneurs, and innovators can embrace here at CES 2025. Because CES isn't just an event, it's where the future is made. So welcome to CES 2025. This morning, it's my honor and pleasure to introduce our opening keynote. Panasonic is a mainstay of CES, one of just a handful of companies that have exhibited every year since the first CES in 1967 was held in New York City. And we share some common ground. Both Panasonic and CTA thrive today because we've pivoted to be leaders in innovation and embrace and drive forward trends in technology and society. Panasonic's ability to evolve and embrace new things fuels its extraordinary longevity and relevance. Panasonic also succeeds because its leaders know something important. You have to stick to your principles and know when not to pivot. Over a century ago, Panasonic's founder, Konosuke Matsushita, declared the company's mission to overcome poverty and enrich society. He wasn't just talking about profits. He was talking about the roles that business leaders and technology could and must play in making society better and our lives healthier and more fulfilling. That's a legacy that Panasonic CEO Yuki Kusumi embraces. It drives his approach to pioneering new markets in our data-driven, AI-powered future and Panasonic's leadership in more sustainable technology. To share their next chapter and a vision for the technology that propels us forward and makes us well into the future, please welcome Panasonic.
Panasonic's story began over a decade ago with this, the double socket. This is the spark that ignited decades of innovation and passion, comfort and connection to every corner of the globe. Panasonic grew to take bigger challenges of the modern world, leading the transformation to sustainable technologies and solutions in factories, supply chains, in the air, and on the road. Born in this tiny innovation, Panasonic continues its core mission to inspire a healthy society that enriches the lives of people around the world. Now, these efforts blossom across new landscapes, seeded by artificial intelligence. Panasonic has always thrived at the intersection of yesterday and tomorrow, of human with the technological. The fabric of connection and intersection makes Panasonic ecosystem one of the most fertile in the world of technology and innovation. Today, you'll meet game changers and startups, innovating leaders and visionaries like Anthropic, AARP, Redwood Materials, and more. Panasonic is over 100 years along on a 250-year plan. And as we engineer and reveal our next phase, Panasonic is in great company. As you'll see, you might look at this double socket and say, simple, it's a no-brainer. But after a century, it remains the foundation of a company whose original mission remains true, unbroken. By time, forging connections in a universe of disruption. As after Panasonic commitment continues well into the future. CES 2025 begins here and now. Please welcome CEO of Panasonic Holding Groups, Mr. Yuki Kasumi.
Thank you all for joining me here today. I'd like to thank Gary for the kind introduction and for the entering in style on the Panasonic e-bike. And of course, my friend, Anthony Mackie, who seems to have covered 100 years of Panasonic history in about 90 seconds.
It's an honor to share the stage with you, Kasumi.
You as well, Mr. Mackie. What should I say, Captain America?
Nah, come on, Kasumi-san. You call me Anthony.
Thank you, Anthony. And please call me Yuki.
You got it.
As anyone who comes to CES year after year can tell you, technology moves ahead at an amazing pace. So it's important that we be intentional in our work. We all know that our current systems and practices are not sustainable, not for the planet, and not for the mental and physical health of its people. The communities where we all work and live are dealing with climate change in different ways. This is certainly true in my hometown of Osaka, where my family lives, and where my first just 3 months ago. Professionally and personally, I want to do everything I can to make sure that my children and grandchildren, and yours, and future generations enjoy a healthy environment. We must balance our drive to deliver innovation and create abundance with the need to do so sustainably. In today's reality, everything is connected.
This morning, You'll learn the latest ways that sustainable technology solutions from Panasonic are driving the process in large-scale renewable energy solutions, EV batteries technology, and a sustainable home technologies. You'll also hear some exciting news about a fundamental shift in Panasonic's business model. It centers on AI-led software and services, taking related investments and partnerships to a whole new level. As part of this, you'll hear about new solutions to support the well-being of families and societies around the world. The value of Panasonic brings this market to its highest point, and it's even getting bigger.
We are fortunate that in every step of the journey, we have fantastic partners working side by side with Panasonic. In fact, a few of them will be joining us on stage today.
The timing of these announcements couldn't be better. It's a critical future for Panasonic and everyone here today. The World Economy Forum estimates that manufacturing and production account for 1/5 of global CO2 emissions. Now, if Panasonic and its partners committed to net zero operations globally, that would make a huge difference to the planet. Panasonic's renewable energy journey is well underway, as you're about to see. So Yuki, tell us about how this journey is going.
Yes. Currently, 44 of our manufacturing sites worldwide have achieved net zero status. Thank you. We are most excited about our fuel cell factory in Japan, which is the world's first factory to be fully powered by a combination of hydrogen, solar panels, and battery storage units. This renewable energy solution is called Panasonic HX. Panasonic HX generates only the amount of the power needed and uses our original energy management system to balance supply and demand in response to changes in electricity and weather. We have also expanded Panasonic HX to our manufacturing UK operation in Cardiff. And we will bring in the solution to our Panasonic office building in Munich in spring of this year. We are extremely motivated to bring these solutions to life in our own operations. But what is more encouraging is that commercial enterprises and governments around the world are stepping up and want to make these changes too. We are currently working with forward-thinking planners at the Greater Manchester Combined Authority in the UK to explore implementing our solution, Panasonic HX, for net zero energy at select public and government sites. It's the world's first agreement of this nature. Imagine the positive impact as these solutions become widely adopted. This is an opportunity to truly make a difference at scale. Now, let's switch gears and talk about a different kind of power. I have asked Anthony to share more about the story.
Thank you, Yuki. I appreciate it. This is really exciting news. In the EV battery market, Panasonic is a quiet giant, some would say, supplying 15 billion batteries with superior performance. Now, that's enough batteries to power more than 3 million electric vehicles worldwide and counting. In fact, Panasonic is the largest manufacturer of EV batteries in North America. They've been investing in battery technology for decades. Their latest 2170 battery set a new benchmark for performance and capacity. Furthermore, the cutting-edge 4680 in line for production has a capacity that is 5 times greater than the 2170 cell. And Panasonic continues to advance the state-of-the-art in partnership with leading global automakers Subaru and Mazda, as well as US EV company Lucid and other prestigious brands. The capacity and quality of their batteries has kept Panasonic at the leading edge of EV battery technology. Take a look.
Whether it's the wide open highway or a run to the market, Zero emissions driving has never been more innovative, efficient, and exciting. Panasonic is accelerating the EV revolution. Our batteries power millions of cars that are easier on the planet, but built for muscle and speed. From the Gigafactory in Nevada to our new plant in Kansas, Panasonic has set a new benchmark for the industry with our 2170 platform. Panasonic is now the largest provider of EV batteries in North America, powering some of the world's leading auto brands. And we are ready to begin production on our next generation 4680 platform, producing higher capacity, 5 times that of the 2170, at a lower cost, mile after mile. As ever, Panasonic is leading with sustainability at the core. Our factories employ a circular economy model with among the highest levels of recycling solutions in the industry. The EV battery market is just shifting into high gear, and Panasonic is driving it forward well into the future.
Come on. Yuki. Now, I didn't realize how massive Panasonic is supporting the adoption of electric vehicles. Obviously, the battery is a huge part of making that happen. Now, I'm hearing more and more about this circular economy model for recycling and battery production.
Yes, bringing battery manufacturing into harmony with our need to protect the environment is a complicated challenge, but it is absolutely essential. And we are fortunate to have the best partner on the planet to help us make it happen.
Indeed you do. Please welcome Redwood Materials CEO, J.B. Straubel.
Hi, JB. Thank you very much for joining on stage today. And what audience probably knows, you are a co-founder and longtime CTO of Tesla. I bet they would love to hear about what led you to start Redwood Materials.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kasumi. I'd be happy to share a little bit of the Redwood origin story and some of the work we're doing together with Panasonic. I'm an engineer at heart, and my passion for energy and sustainability is what drives me and what drives most of the things we're focused on at Redwood. And while people often associate me with electric vehicles and cars, for me, it's always been more about the battery and energy technology, and proving that the battery technology is now scalable and a sustainable energy solution is core to my belief. Today, this same mission drives us at Redwood Materials, where we're tackling challenges within the ecosystem to enable a fully responsible transition to electrification. It's a monumental shift for the industry that will unfold over decades, but I am convinced it's inevitable, and Redwood, with Panasonic's partnership, is here to make this as sustainable as possible at every step along the way. My personal journey with Panasonic began when we were building the first Gigafactory in Nevada together about a decade ago. I recognized both a challenge and an opportunity to reuse the batteries we were producing and repurpose the resulting production scrap material, moving toward a circular ecosystem for those battery materials. Today, the Panasonic and Redwood partnership extends well beyond recycling, and we're taking old batteries and critical materials and turning them into functional battery components that Panasonic can use to manufacture new cells in the United States. Material from the Panasonic Gigafactory in Nevada arrives at Redwood multiple times every single day, just a few miles down the road. We're recycling that material and recovering greater than 98% of the critical materials like cobalt, lithium, nickel, and copper, and then rebuilding new cathode active material right here in the US that will be returned to Panasonic's value chain into manufacturing new batteries. This will be the first time that this has happened anywhere in the world with this level of recycled content. Cathode has never been produced with this type of closed-loop ecosystem so close to the factory. And Panasonic will be the first to put it back into new batteries at this incredible scale. Panasonic is an amazing leader when it comes to technology and their commitment to sustainability, both in the US and globally. And Panasonic has made tremendous commitments towards circular economy practices, both in the Nevada Gigafactory and now in their new factory in Kansas. I believe they're a model for the entire industry, and we need more players to invest in this sustainable and sensible approach. And I want to thank Panasonic for this opportunity to share our work together with you at CES. And my thanks again to you, Mr. Kasumi.
Thank you so much, JB. I look forward to doing more great work together in the coming years.
Likewise.
Now, we've seen how sustainable technology is advancing in the world of commercial facilities and EVs. Now, let's take a look at how Panasonic is bringing sustainability home. Sustainable home design brings together two broad areas of focus for Panasonic: renewable energy technology and the well-being of society. A core element in sustainable home design is efficient HVAC, and Panasonic is revolutionizing this space. Air quality isn't only about the outside air. The inside air has to be improved and is just as important.
And our engineers have done something that just makes sense. We have identified 3 Panasonic systems that heat, cool, and power homes. And we are bringing them together in a unified solution that is not only more energy efficient and economical, but healthier and more comfortable as well. Today, we are announcing Oasis, and here is why it matters.
When I come home and the house is clean and I can breathe fresh air, it makes my heart full.
Being able to be energy efficient is really important and meaningful for us as we start a family.
Our home, to me, is a place for us to come together. It really says family when you have 3 generations under one roof.
I love fresh air blowing through our home, but then during the springtime, I get seasonal allergies. So that's where air filtration, air quality is super important to us.
As I think about the next phase and having kids, one of the most important things is modeling our values and our behavior.
Wouldn't it be amazing to actually be able to see how we're using energy, or if there was ways to inform and teach us to be more energy efficient?
Sustainability starts with awareness and knowledge.
It is very important that our home is a healthy place. My son Logan has asthma. It's important that our kids are able to breathe the clean air so they don't get sick. We vacuum often. We change our air filter religiously. When we open the windows to try to get fresh air, pollen comes in, then we have sneezing and coughing happening.
It would be nice to have a better filtration system that could really clean the air.
There's 7 of us in the house, 8 with my dad. So managing the temperature in here it's interesting.
He's always warm and I'm always cold, so when I'm working, I have my electric blanket on.
During the summertime, when we are running our AC, our electricity bill is ridiculous. Yet we're still hot, still uncomfortable. We need a better unit, better circulation.
The world I hope my kids and their kids will grow up in is hopefully each home is more sustainable.
I want the world to be a healthy place for them to live in. I don't want them to have to struggle with the air quality.
In starting our own family, we're definitely thinking of what is the world that these future generations are going to inherit, and how have we contributed to either that more beautiful future or not beautiful future.
Oasis offers us a look at the future of home comfort and indoor air quality with wellness, comfort, energy efficiency, and resiliency all under one roof. And in a few short weeks, we'll actually be opening our first Oasis concept home here in the US. So stay tuned, that's pretty good. From factories to homes, from cars we drive to the air we breathe, Panasonic is the leading edge of sustainability effects around the world.
A few years ago, at CES 2022, Panasonic established a major initiative, Panasonic Green Impact, that sets some aggressive goals for carbon reduction. We are working hard to realize net zero CO2 emissions across all of our operations, including all factories worldwide by 2030.
Now, however, Panasonic Green Impact aims higher. Panasonic aims to reduce total emissions by more than 300 million tons by 2050. That's equivalent to approximately 1% of current global CO2 emissions. So that's 1% being done by Panasonic alone. Now imagine if 99 other industry-leading companies joined us. That's 1% times 100. Yeah, I saw you. You just did the math. I saw you. That was fast. The first 100 million tons of this commitment involves direct emissions from Panasonic's entire supply chain, including energy consumed by Panasonic products already purchased. The remainder will need to be achieved through avoided emissions. Now, this term describes emissions that are prevented by using a sustainable product or technology in place of a more carbon-intensive option.
By working towards avoided emissions, we can extend our impact far beyond the Panasonic supply chain to our partners, customers, and society at large. I've invited a colleague and visionary thinker on this topic to share a few insights about how our industry can work together globally, with a focus on avoided emissions as an important path to a carbon-neutral society. Peter Bakker is President and CEO of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. He was recently named one of the top 100 climate leaders in business by Time magazine, and was a recipient of the Clinton Global Citizen Award. Please join me in welcoming him. Hi, Peter-san. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Kusumi-san, for this kind introduction. Bushin Ishinio no Han-e. Guided by this vision, Panasonic has committed itself to contributing to sustainable development and the advancement of society. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to Panasonic and to all of you here in the audience today. Panasonic's dedication to sustainability and innovation inspires global process and aligns perfectly with WBCSD's mission to accelerate the transition to a net zero, nature-positive, and more equitable future. We all know here that we're running out of time to prevent the most devastating impacts of climate change. Without bold action, global temperatures could rise by 2.4 to 2.7 degrees Celsius this century, far exceeding the critical threshold and safe operating space for humanity. But in this era of rapid innovation and growing consumer awareness, sustainability is not just a moral imperative to curb this warming, it is now also a competitive one. Businesses that fail to embrace sustainable practices risk falling behind in an evolving marketplace where consumers, investors, governments, and partners are increasingly demanding transparency and accountability. That's why, over 20 years ago, WBCSD, in partnership with the World Resources Institute, developed the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, the global standard for measuring and managing emissions. Today, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol is used by 97% of all global companies and is an essential tool to measure and manage their direct and indirect emissions. Kusumi-san just spoke about the importance of avoided emissions, a powerful new metric to measure the emission reduction potential of low-carbon solutions and products, of which so many are being launched this week at CES. Avoided emissions accounting will make it possible to compare the potential emission reductions of innovations in low-carbon solutions, allowing financial institutions to improve the allocation of capital on the basis of this impact potential. Panasonic's leadership in this space is pivotal. Together, WBCSD and Panasonic are advancing the standardization of avoided emission accounting to ensure they eliminate the risk of greenwashing and are being recognized by governments, financial institutions, and society at large. This work is not just about measurement, it's about innovation and disclosure, empowering customers, industries, and investors to accelerate decarbonization and innovation. Collaboration is the key to success. We all need to work together to fully integrate sustainability into our innovation agenda and actions, so that we can make it the foundation of economic growth and resilience. Panasonic's commitment to sustainability and its vision for an ideal society with affluence both in matter and in mind can serve as a guiding example for all of us. The time to act is now, and the world is watching. Let's ensure that the incredible innovations demonstrated here this week contribute to a thriving, sustainable future for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. It's a great honor for Panasonic to be a part of your important work.
Thank you. We couldn't do it without you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anthony.
Thanks.
Our commitment to sustainability will never end because we all have a responsibility to our future together.
This future is already here, today. This is the time of enormous challenge and transformation. Wait for it. Now's the time to eat some candy or something. Talk amongst yourselves.
From here?
Oh, hey,
okay.
Hey, here we go. Hey.
Our commitment to sustainability will never end because we all have a responsibility to our future together.
The future is already here, today. This is a time of enormous challenge and transformation, but also a time of hope.
Our customers are now more varied, more globally diverse, and yet more connected to each other, and the world around them. Today, I want to talk to you about our journey forward.
Building on Panasonic's history, building into a new future. You ready? Because here we go.
Over a century ago, our founder, Konosuke Matsushita, shared a remarkable vision. A 250-year journey divided into 10 periods of innovation and progress. Each 25-year period would build on prior successes and adapt to society's needs and dreams. His mission was simple, yet ambitious: to use technology to make a meaningful difference in people's lives. For more than 100 years, Panasonic has been there. In your homes, your businesses, your daily moments. From the first radio sets to sustainable energy, we've grown alongside you, driven by our intent to build a better world. And now our world is changing. In the 5th period of our vision, we intend to rise and meet that change. This is the spirit of Panasonic Go. We're accelerating into an era where AI and data platforms will create new ecosystems that amplify human potential. We're building a new portfolio of tools to improve the lives of the consumers, enterprises, partners, and shareholders that make up Panasonic, all while contributing to a more sustainable world. Panasonic products and services already make a difference in the lives of over 1 billion people every day. This is how we intend to expand our reach to the next billion. This is Panasonic Go.
Panasonic Go is a growth initiative that is driving the transformation of our business and creating new experiences for our global customers and partners. We are providing our global enterprise with AI tools and processes to serve our customers in fundamentally different ways. We are not starting from scratch. We have already invested more than $10 billion in North America, including Blue Yonder and Panasonic Well, which you will hear more about today. Together, these investments are creating an AI orchestration and service platform that will create new possibilities to serve our next billion customers.
Moving from pressing a button to powering a business, from a microwave competing on wattage to an AI-powered sustainable home that uses almost no watts at all, from a refrigerator that keeps your food cold to a food that's just what you want when you want it. From just touching a screen to powering the touch points of every business. And from a brand that you've known to a brand that you need to know.
Today, we're announcing a new commitment as part of our company-wide transformation initiative for Panasonic. By 2035, 30% of our business, or our revenue, will be generated through software and AI-enabled solutions. And thank you. And this transformation will change everything you know about Panasonic. This is Panasonic Go.
Okay, so let's dig into it. Hit us with the details, Yuki. Now we'll start with Panasonic's subsidiary, Blue Yonder.
They are reinventing the global supply chain using advanced data analytics and AI. To tell you more, I'm delighted to welcome Blue Yonder's Chief Strategy Officer, Wayne Woozy. Hi, Wayne. Thank you very much to be here.
Thank you, Kasumi-san, and the entire Panasonic team. It's exciting to be here at CES. Modern supply chains are extremely complex. They're global, they're interconnected, but they're also burdened with outdated technology and operational silos. Companies need to manage operations across the globe, collaborate on disparate systems internally and with partners, and they need to do all of this seamlessly and efficiently. Now, all of us know that AI is changing how we work and do business today. Whether you're in retail, manufacturing, technology, or logistics service providers, every industry will benefit from these massive changes brought on by the use of AI in the supply chain. This is where we come in. Blue Yonder empowers businesses to navigate modern supply chain complexity with the most advanced and innovative technology. We're combining predictive and generative AI to unlock the value in data to build autonomous supply chains. So how does this translate into tangible benefits? Here are 5 key ways that we see AI will impact the supply chain. First, multi-enterprise ecosystems. Blue Yonder's AI-driven solution provides an end-to-end visibility across a company's entire supply chain, including its suppliers and its trading partners. With predictive insights, supply chain professionals can understand relevant information. They can assess scenarios and make informed decisions. Second, personalization. We're building autonomous AI agents for various supply chain roles. These multimodal conversational assistants will synthesize data, generate content, solve repetitive tasks, perform root cause analysis, recommend solutions, and even execute decisions. Third, inventory management. Using our AI, businesses can analyze buying trends, inflation news, production projections, and inventory data to forecast better the balance of demand and supply. This helps them avoid overproduction of goods and reduction of waste and carbon emissions right at the beginning. Fourth, on-time delivery. Our AI-powered solutions help organizations facilitate faster shipments while avoiding unnecessary miles. And lastly, capital savings. As a result of all the improved efficiency, companies see an influx of capital savings, which means an opportunity to invest more in innovation and growth. One of our global customers, Sainsbury's, has implemented Blue Yonder's AI capabilities to transform operations across more than 600 supermarkets and 800 convenience stores to save time, save money, and future-proof the enterprise. Let's take a look.
There are probably 3 good examples where Sainsbury's are using AI and/or machine learning. The first one being our supply chain transformation program with Blue Yonder, where we're using those platforms to enable us to develop a better store order, but also in our P&L going forward for a more sustainable supply chain. We're also using AI in a very different way in our store environment. We're using it to detect theft. We're using it through cameras, through an AI model that helps us monitor the behavior of the way that our customers shop with us, and therefore able to predict where potential theft might be taking place. The third place we're using AI is in our forecast and predictive modelling of where we think customers might shop food products with us. So in our marketing space, we've been using it to understand customer behaviour to help us think about marketing with those customers going forward.
So long before it became a buzzword, it is today. Blue Yonder's been offering AI-driven solutions for more than 2 decades. But it's not about the most advanced technology. It's also about one of the largest supply chain team of data scientists in the industry. And with over 400 patents and 20 billion predictions per day on the Blue Yonder platform, we are delivering future-proof solutions today. As Kasumi-san said, Panasonic is not new to AI, but with Panasonic Go, you can expect to see a lot more AI-driven innovation as we continue to create smarter, safer, and more sustainable solutions for the global supply chain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wei. Great job. One of the most exciting things about Panasonic Go is the expansion of products and services we will bring to millions of modern households around the globe. We have a new catalyst for well-being innovation, Panasonic Well, and the new service we are introducing today. Here to tell you more, please welcome the Executive Officer of Panasonic Group and Panasonic Well CEO, Yoki Matsuoka. Hi, Yoki. It's great to see you here. And now it's your turn to share some news.
Sounds great. Let's do this. We have some amazing announcements to share with you today. At Panasonic Well, we're focused on helping people lead healthier, happier lives. In addition to my role at Panasonic, I'm also a wife, a mother of 4, and the only child that's caring for my aging parents in Japan. And as an expert multitasker, I'm also a proud caregiver of 2 dogs, a chatty cockatiel, and a 200-pound pet pig. It's a beautifully chaotic household, probably just like yours. And this chaos motivates me to create solutions to help families every day. I'm sure you can relate in some way because modern families need help. In fact, the US Surgeon General recently issued an advisory on well-being of parents, sharing that nearly half of the parents are reporting feeling overwhelmed with stress, and roughly 65% of parents are feeling lonely. When parenting has an advisory label like a pack of cigarettes, we know we're in a crisis that demands our attention. To understand firsthand what modern families are facing today, we went into homes and lives of real families. I want to show you what we found.
The days feel so long sometimes. Going to Mama. No, Ma.
The idea of consistency in life right now is out the window.
I guess, you know, as we're kind of coming to a close on this meeting,
there's very little downtime.
Have a good day. Bye.
It's just managing. It's hard to schedule just life.
How do people do this? Like, I can't do this. I feel so alone.
Whenever, you know, it's a rough day or feeling kind of mentally unwell, it's so amazing to be able to just be outside in my element.
I got a promotion.
My life is the highest highs and the lowest lows. When I achieve something, it's a win, and I immediately feel calm. But if not, if things start to shake a little bit, then the lowest are low.
I'm just gonna kind of wipe it so you can...
Life has ups. Everything will work itself out. I believe that. You want as much time with them as you can have.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, we're done.
I don't think we've figured it out yet. We haven't cracked the code.
Every family's looking for the same thing, more highs and less lows. And when I say families, it could be any of the people you cherish, from your nuclear families to your neighborhood families to anything in between. And these families everywhere are weathering the same storm of struggles. This may paint a cloudy picture, yet it also highlights what we can do to achieve wellness together. Science shows that physical activity is good for your heart and is a natural mood booster. Sharing meals lower depression rates, and that's just the start. I haven't even touched on the wellness benefits of sleep, the power of play, self-care, or reducing screen time. These activities not only support your personal wellness, but when you share it with loved ones, they enhance positive outcomes and foster deeper connections. This is why we created Umi, an AI-powered family wellness coach to help families care, coordinate, and connect with each other. Meet Umi. For my family, Umi will be a game changer, creating wellness goals that we can achieve and getting help in a fun, easy, and creative way will empower us to achieve those positive outcomes. Our current goals are to stay active and eat together. But you know what? This holiday break with 4 teenagers at home, Things have been a little bit on the tough side. So let me show you how this can work for us. Hey, Umi.
Hello, Yoki. Wow. Your schedule today seems intense. How are you feeling?
I'm actually feeling pretty good. I'm at CES in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I saw that. Are you able to take a break right now? Or a few deep breaths to relax?
Not exactly right now. Actually, I was checking in on my family. Do you have any updates for me?
I'm seeing it's been hard to coordinate active time together without you in town. Can I share a few ideas?
I'm a little bit busy right now, so can you just schedule something for me when I get home this weekend?
Of course. Let's do one of your favorites from all trails. A family walk at Windy Hill, and then everyone can make tacos together.
Sure, that sounds perfect.
Great. I put it on everyone's calendar for this Saturday at 3 p.m.
I can't wait to do that. So, Umi, do you also have an update from my dad?
Yes. Your dad has already gone to bed. It's pretty late in Japan. He had a good day today, and he's eating well. He told me he liked the New Year's food delivery you arranged.
Oh, that's great. I'm trying to keep him motivated to eat more protein in addition to his regular meals.
Well, he told me yesterday he loves to eat while you're chatting with him. Would you like me to set up a few more mealtime calls with him later this week?
That would be smart. Thank you. Thank you so much, Umi.
Happy to help. Have fun at CES.
Thank you, Umi.
Whether you're a working parent, caring for a loved one, or realizing halfway through a Zoom call that you're still wearing costume makeup from set earlier in the day, wellness often takes a back seat. This balancing act to fit in wellness in daily life is extra challenging for families like yours, Yoki. This is called the sandwich generation, right? The Yoki sandwich. People raising kids while caring for aging parents who are stuck in a constant balancing act. And for most families, especially mine and yours, this is a source of huge strain on both emotions and resources.
That's really right, Anthony. And there are millions of other families who are dealing with this every single day. And this is why we designed UMI to be at the heart of an ecosystem of partners to meet their wellness needs and goals. And one of those incredible organizations is AARP.
Here to tell you more about it, please welcome the CEO of AARP, Dr. Maisha Mentor-Jordan.
Here you go.
Good morning. I'm thrilled to be here at CES, where AARP plays a unique role in fostering innovation that helps make aging easier for everyone. As a nonprofit organization, we have an important social mission: to empower people to choose how they live as they age. Aging, like technology, is constantly evolving. In fact, aging is much more dynamic than most people think. And the realities of aging are unique from person to person and generation to generation. That's where you all come in. Technology is critical in every aspect of our lives. For people 50 and over, it is central to driving good health, financial security, and the happiness that comes from caring communities, strong social connections, and personal fulfillment. This, essentially, is what age tech is all about. It lives at the intersection of longevity and technology. As you explore these halls, you will find age tech in almost every corner of CES. Why? Because aging is fueling economies around the world. In 2030, a year before the first millennials start turning 50, the world's 50-plus population is projected to contribute $65 trillion to the global GDP, and that economic contribution is expected to nearly double by 2050. What are they buying? Everything, especially technology, and not just gadgets and wearables. They are seeking tech that enhances their lives as they age, from smart homes and appliances to innovative health and wellness solutions. This is why we launched the Age Tech Collaborative, a growing ecosystem of tech leaders, visionary startups, and strategic organizations committed to making lives easier, healthier, and more fulfilling for the massive population of older people and their families around the world. The Age Tech Collaborative is where we started our work with Panasonic Well, co-promoting the Family Wellness Innovative Challenge, which you'll hear more about, and co-developing game-changing technology to support family caregiving. Many of today's family caregivers are millennials, caring for aging parents or grandparents, as well as young children. We've heard these family caregivers describe life in the sandwich generation, more like life in a panini press, full of daily stress that is having long-term impacts on their physical, mental, and emotional health. And make no mistake, this is very real and very personal. You will likely be a caregiver or need a caregiver at some point in your life. Yoki, all of us at AARP thank Panasonic Well and its partners for the collaboration, the ingenuity, and the tangible difference this work could have in the lives of family caregivers today and in the future.
Thank you so much, Maisha. With this relationship, families have access to content and benefits of AARP to care for each other with UMI. UMI is also proud to collaborate with best-in-class partners like Blue Apron, Calm, Thumbtack, and dozens of other leading companies who will help care for families, connect across all their wellness needs. But building an ecosystem requires commitment to innovation from the ground up. This is why today, we're also announcing the winners of our global startup competition called Family Wellness Innovation Challenge. With over 550 applicants from 7 countries competing for $1 million in prizes, we saw groundbreaking technology aimed at family wellness. Earlier this week, we celebrated 5 winners, including our grand prize winner, Hearth Display. Congratulations to all. Swing by our Panasonic booth to make sure to meet these amazing winners. We're laying the foundation for a global wellness ecosystem, Panasonic Well Partner Collective. It is where wellness meets world-changing innovation. And trust me, you'll want to be part of it.
Our partners are not just collaborators. They are integral to shaping the future of our business. With the launch of Panasonic Go, we are teaming up with the best in AI to deliver cutting-edge solutions rooted in our legacy of trust and reliability. And when it came to embedding ethical AI into everything we do, there was only one clear choice. That's why I'm thrilled to announce Panasonic's global partnership with Anthropic, a leading AI safety and research company.
And here's to tell us more. Please welcome co-founder and president of Anthropic, Daniela Amodei. Yeah, let's do this.
Good morning, and thanks, Yoki. What an exciting vision for UMI. It's such an honor to be here to talk with you today about Anthropic's global partnership with Panasonic.
UMI is Panasonic's first consumer offering powered by Anthropic's LLM, Claude. And today you saw a sneak preview at how our thoughtful integration delivers personalized experiences in family wellness. But this partnership goes beyond what you saw today. Together, as a global LLM partner, we're advancing AI in a powerful and an ethical way that reflects our shared values. So Daniela, would you like to share the audience a little bit about what we're working on together?
Absolutely. At Anthropic, we build trustworthy AI. For those of you who aren't familiar, Anthropic is a company that is focused on developing safe and trusted artificial intelligence that millions of people around the world rely on every day. Today, our commitment to building safe, reliable, and transparent AI aligned with human values brings us together with Panasonic. These principles have guided Anthropic from day one, just as the commitment to human-centered technology has guided Panasonic for more than 100 years. Through this partnership, Claude, Anthropic's LLM, will help transform how Panasonic works and innovates with humans at the center. Throughout its century-long history, Panasonic has consistently evolved to meet its customers' changing needs. You've already seen Umi in action. In the future, and with Claude's help, we'll help bring that same personalized experience to more of Panasonic's customers, making every interaction more human, more helpful, and available whenever people need it. Anthropic and Panasonic both believe in advancing technology responsibly. That's why Panasonic is enhancing its consumer products with AI while also giving its workforce access to Claude. Building on Panasonic's tradition of innovation, the company will integrate Claude as a strategic asset to help teams work more creatively while delivering better business results across customer service, sales, marketing, and coding. At Anthropic, we're building trustworthy AI that scales. Thank you to Panasonic and to everyone who supports this vision for ethical and trusted AI as we work to create a future where technology genuinely serves humanity. We can't wait to get started.
Thank you so much, Daniela. Umi is all about serving humanity, bringing wellness to the foreground to enable healthier and happier lives for all. And this is possible in part thanks to ethically grounded innovation of Anthropic. We're so thrilled to be part of this incredible partnership to bring our AI future to today's customers, partners, businesses, and our global employees. Through Panasonic Go, we have big plans for Claude across the business. I look forward to sharing more throughout the year.
Thank you so much, Daniela, and thank you, Yoki. Our time together is not about today. It is about the future. Our commitment to a sustainable planet is unwavering. And with AI-led solutions and Panasonic Go, we will release a transformation that will have a powerful and positive impact on society.
From this simple socket a century ago to an organization that is advancing wellness around the world, Panasonic is building solutions to ensure that our planet and our global society can thrive.
Thank you to our guests and to all of you spending time with us. The moment is now. We are ready to go.
week isn't just a stage for breakthroughs, it's the spark of discovery. Every screen, every pixel, every part of the tech you'll see here showcases the extraordinary potential of human ingenuity meeting technology. Now we begin a celebration of what connects us, has the power to solve our greatest challenges, and offers endless possibilities we've yet to discover. Right here, right now, the world. So let's dive in.
As we're about to begin the C-Space Keynote with Sirius XM. Please help me in welcoming Melissa Garrison, Vice President, Communications and Marketing, Consumer Technology Association, producer of CES, to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Come on, I know it's not that early in Las Vegas. Good morning and welcome to CES 2025. We're thrilled.
Thank you for joining us for this revolutionary moment, here to share Opticon Air's modular flying cars international review with Dr. Brian Goober.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's very, very exciting for me to be back at CES. As some of you know, CES actually occupies a very special place in Xpeng's history. We unveiled our very first EV product back in 2018 here at CES. And over the years, we have been introducing very exciting products as also technology advancements at CES. Last year, we have unveiled our prototype of an eVTOL from our affiliate company, AeroHT. And as promised, this year, we're bringing the mass-produced product, the land aircraft carrier, to CES. And let's take a look. So later on, I'll actually ask one of the co-founders of AeroHT, Mr. Wang Tan, to give you a much more detailed description of this product. But before that, so looking at this amazing flying ball product, I cannot help just to think about the journey Xpeng has went through in the last 10 years to get to this point. 10 years ago, a group of very young, talented engineers from internet, from automotive, from technology areas got together with a vision to build a future mobility company based on technology and software design approaches. And in 10 years, we have accomplished to make one of the top EV brands in the world with that vision. And that with the advancement and with the transformative power of AI, we're now bringing the changes to more products and more global areas. To 2024 is a very interesting year. In China, you saw the new energy vehicle penetration exceeded 50%, which means that in the largest automotive market, now new energy, EV and hybrid, become the mainstream product. Also, as many of you are aware, Chinese market is also the most competitive new energy vehicle market in the world. XPeng, with our focus on technology, with our launch on more innovative products, has become a front runner in this super competitive, largest new energy vehicle EV market. Last year alone, we have delivered over 190,000 battery electric vehicles. And also we have launched multiple exciting products. For example, the Mona 03, as well as the P7 Plus. Both are category leaders in their respective market segments. With those product launches, we are now actually seeing record deliveries for the last 4 months. Shown by the Chinese Automotive Association. XPeng's delivery actually has become the #1 player in the emerging EV market in China. We are actually the largest pure-play battery electric vehicle company in China by number of deliveries. Our smart drive technology, as well as the PV experience, is not limited just to Chinese market. 2024 is also a very important year for us to expand into global markets. We are now in 31 countries. And also, the XPeng brand become the #1 Chinese premium EV brand in key markets like Europe. For number of vehicles delivered exceeding 40,000 euro in price tag, we're actually the #1 Chinese brand outside of China. Same time, our volume has expanded from just 1% of our total annual global sales in 2023 to 13%. Huge jump, considering also the growth in our overall delivery numbers. XPeng, as a forerunner, is always has a reputation to lead innovation and technology. And now, 2024 is also a year that will fully embrace AI as a differentiating factor for our products. We're actually one of the early adopters in AI technology, even before most of the automotive companies start focusing on AI. We start using transformer architecture in our software. We're also one of the earliest to build supercomputing clusters in conjunction with Ali Cloud to be, have the computing power to power the AI development. We actually also, in 2024, has poured billions of RMB into AI development, higher than most of the automotive companies in China. What the result is that we actually now have been the first ones to introduce a number of AI technology in automotive industry. For example, in 2024, we're the first one to adopt large language models in both smart cab and smart driving in production vehicles. We also launched what we call the first AI-defined vehicle, the P7 Plus, last year at Paris Auto Show. That product actually showcased a vision-only autonomous driving technology. That's the first one of its kind for mass-produced model in China, and leveraging our AI capability to provide no radar, no reliance on high-definition map technology for high degree of autonomous driving. So our innovation and our smart technology and AI capability has also allowed us to expand our reach into other mobility areas. As a lot of you know, XPeng actually also pioneer in China for both humanoid robots as well as flying cars. Last night, at Jensen Huang's CES Keynotes speech, he actually unveiled a group of humanoid robots, and one of them is actually our And now let's come to FlyCom. Our subsidiary, AeroHT, is now the largest capitalized eVTOL company in Asia by capitalization as well as the amount of dollars raised. And 2024 is also a banner year for AeroHT. It has started the type certification process in China, which we expect to receive clearance later this year for the final approval of the flying eVTOL product in China. It also has broken ground for the first mass-produced eVTOL factory globally in China. It has also received over 3,000 indicative orders, which make it one of the largest backlog ordered eVTOL company in the world. Last year also secured additional financing of over $150 million. And this product has also successfully completed manned flights in Zhuhai Air Show, in Guangzhou, in Shanghai, and other Chinese cities. So the development is accelerating. And to explain to all of you about this product and also other exciting developments of AeroHT, I want to introduce the co-founder of the company, Mr. Wang Tan, to give you more details.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's a lot of good days. Okay. So thank you guys for having me here. I'm Wang Tan, the co-founder and vice president of Keynotes. But what Mr. Brian mentioned, we're the largest eVTOL company in Asia. Our mission is to freedom to fly. So, what I want to share, actually, today I'm breaking new species. I will dive into the details later. So, first, with our mission, we have a three-step strategy in our company. First is modular flight. Second step is a jet-rotor flight. And the third is the three-dimension flight. Above the modular flight, this is the video. We combine the air module and fly the air module and the ground module together. The air module can be released from the ground. That's one reason why we call it land aircraft carrier. It provides a personal flight experience. And this is the second step. We call it jet-rotor aircraft. So this will fly into city to reduce the congestion. It provides a high speed and long range flights. And the third step, we call it eVTOL flight. I think some of you guys still remember it, right? Because I parted here the same time last year at 2024. Yes. Do you still remember it? It integrates the air module and ground module into one. It has the capability of flying in the air and driving on the road, but it's not to the future. Actually, it's step 2 and step 3. We already pre-study, pre-research. Now let's focus on the modular flight. This is the modular flight. Actually, I'm the main designer of this modular flight car. So So let's start from sharing the design. I got a lot of feedback from the audience to the interior house. It's amazing. It's really sharp, minimalist, and some cybernetic feeling. Yes, right. And I told them it's not just a car, it's more than a car, it's a new species. For the very important unveil, international unveil, a new color here to distinguish the silver we had before. In the future, we're going to have 4 different colors as optional to our customer. Each of the color is amazing. It's appropriate for this amazing futuristic design. Now, thanks for the precise docking system, the air module and the ground module can assemble and separate automatically. Now you can see the first vehicle can store aircraft into the trunk, right? Meantime, it's the first aircraft stored into the trunk, right? Let's get into the details of this mothership. It has a 6-wheel setup and all-wheel drive. Also, we set up 10 differential lock on the rear exhaust. That means it can go a little bit off-road. The dimension of this mothership is 5.5 meters long with 2 meters wide and 2 meters high. It means you can park it like a normal car into a garage. Also, it has a hybrid system set up. It has a CLTC range can easily go over 1,000 kilometers. Also, the most important thing is can continuously recharge the air module for 6 times. That's another reason why it land aircraft carrier. Okay, let's talk about the air module. This elevator. We have a new architecture of this elevator. We set up 6 exhaust, 6 propeller, also with 2 dark fire. Why we have this new architecture for this aircraft? Because we want it very stable and safe. Safe is the most priority, the highest priority words and the most important words in our company. We have a lot of boundaries. Why we have this architecture line? It means if you lose 1 or 2 lift power of each propeller, it can still keep flying till landing stably. With this redundancy, actually, besides we have a lot of critical components, we have also the balancing system. For instance, the flight control system and the powertrain system and the others. This is how we operate. Think about it. If you want to feel relaxed, you can just jump into the cockpit and back up your seatbelt, and just one click, the destination address, it will fly autonomously. And if you don't feel more freedom, you can control it. You can use a single stick control system. Very fast. Actually, I'm a helicopter pilot. I learned at least 40 hours to learn how to pilot a helicopter. It's so difficult. I want to use my whole body. But with this one, I just use a one joystick. It's easy, very super easy to control to fly. For the scenario, for the individual users, you can drive it as a normal car. But once you find a gorgeous place, you can release the aircraft and then fly it in the air to see a different world. Also, for the public service. We can use it rescue, like emergency medical rescue, like highway rescue, and the others. Let's watch a movie. Thank you. And what's next? For this year, 2025, we're gonna finish our flying car factory Oakland process to obtain the airworthiness certification from CES. And then we're gonna deliver it on 2026, which means next year. Today, we have a fly freely program. If you join it, you're going to have a lot of priority privilege, such as the simulator training, the pilot license training, and the other benefits. So, the future is coming. Ladies and gentlemen, let's soar into the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
솔로임 한번
Came in last night here for the day.
of course, and advertisers as well, about that expansive reach. But we found ways, I think, also, Crime Junkie radio channel, which works really well for the SiriusXM audience and enhanced content that we have at SiriusXM. And then we talked a bit about video. I think video for us, we think similarly that it needs to be additive to the experience. We will have long-form exclusive video at SiriusXM primarily. Customers are more likely to consume video than in the car, and so for Stern, it's very popular to have the long-form video in the app. But we talked about for marketing, right? You want to have shorter-form clips. So I think there's opportunities to extend advertiser relations, social, audio, and video to create these sort of 360. I think there's another opportunity for us to look at creating snackable SiriusXM too. Take advantage of the shift, I think, in shorter form content, but in a way that. Okay, so let's talk about AI. Is as a result of AI, and there's voice cloning. There's AI starting to flood the scene. And what's your perspective as a creator and a leader in audio, and where do you see AI fitting in, enhancing your experience, or even maybe competing with you?
Yeah, well, as far as like the cloning, I like to keep them on their toes. I have a toddler who gets me sick about like once a quarter, just so they like. But I think that for us, like I'm really committed to not ever do, so like I don't use AI for any of our voices, any of our ads, any of our, like in the creative process, very much the way that you guys appreciate the human experience, so do we a competitive advantage right now. The more and more we're going to be getting these podcasts and all of that, I think the more and more people will be craving that genuine connection and looking to human touch and feel. But we are using AI, I think, in really obviously like in a lot of our IT and security, but what we've recently started kind of make the best experience for our listeners. So listener experience. I tell a lot of people this, the very first emails are getting read, the DMs are getting answered. And we've integrated all of the feedback, all the that we get into Zendesk, into this one place, and that's where our whole team responds AI to even respond to them. Like we want humans interacting, but we've recently started to aggregate the thousands and thousands of messages, comments, whatever, after a single episode, and then we say, what were they positive, negative, neutral? What did they like? What are the elements of this that they're really like make a feedback loop into the content, responding to positively or negatively? How do we just do that fan engagement experience a little bit quicker to influence by AI? We're using AI to let our audience influence. In fact, the circle I was talking about of that feedback loop and creating that two-way relationship.
That's, I think, very important to us too, and we see it similarly. Creating the experience as opposed to providing the experience, right?
Exactly.
So AI can be incredibly powerful when they're used, and there's an opportunity to go beyond kind of the gimmicky examples. love, and that could be attracting new customers into the service by using these other marketing channels and really finding opportunities to connect with the right customers with the right content. Also just for our listener base, because the breadth of content we have on the platform is so extensive that we can use AI to better serve up recommendations as to other things you might like based on what you're listening. We can tailor your listening experience for the time of day or the as to where you might be. And I think all of those things facilitate this need to really connect with the content that's really important to you. But in terms of, and you talked a little bit about you're not using that today, but I think there's an advertisers who are creating ads, to bring in smaller advertisers to create ads with synthetic voices, to adapt them for different audiences, and for them to scale their campaigns using AI, where it's not necessarily going to be relevant or appropriate to have a direct salesperson involved in that effort. So there's lots of opportunities, I think, to be more efficient and to provide a better personalized experience using AI. But where I would say we very much agree is that while I think you see increase of technology and AI in creating, and we are doubling down on humans creating content. Like we really fundamentally believe, and that is just foundational to the connection that audio provides. So when you look back at the audio and you think about getting started, and when was that?
December of 2017.
It's not that long ago, really.
I say podcast.
I mean, amazing though, what you've been able to create in that time period, really. Challenges you think and opportunities facing creators today?
The stuff we've hit on already. Challenge right now is discoverability. I think it was a challenge back in 2017. Have been more and more podcasts that have come as consolidated into networks. It is harder and harder for discovered and to make those connections. So I think discoverability is the unique benefit that they'll have is, and it's what I tell everyone, it's creating something new and something fresh. So when no show formatted the way that we're formatted, where someone tells the story on behalf of the listeners, there's a ton of those shows now. And so I always tell people, there's so much opportunity for uniqueness. And as uniqueness and that human factor is going to continue to be something.
Absolutely. Agreed.
Challenges and opportunities ahead. What's inspiring you today? So what's the message? We're running out of time a little bit, but what's the message that you want to leave the audience with? Like when you look ahead, what are the innovations that are happening that's exciting you? What technology is exciting you, like specifically within audio? Like where are we going? I said you're in the driver's seat, tell us.
Yeah. Well, it's really inspiring, as we talked about, to see the technology supporting all of these creators, whether it be musicians or podcasters, letting them find new audiences and really pursuing their dreams. I think that's incredibly inspiring, right? Yeah. That just really wasn't possible before the advent of streaming, I think, and increasingly with AI supporting that. But I guess the most fun part of my job, just seeing all the great talent coming through our offices and our studios that, whether a new band or a new show or a new podcast, I love discovering new audio, and I can't get enough of it. So, I mean, again, seeing people come through the halls, that's something that not could find a way to scale that.
Your offices are the coolest offices.
It is really fun. Lots of people crossing in the lobby that you would never think would come together. So, so it is to be able to have that, and that's what we're looking to really bring to our listeners, in the way. And I think also just there's this epidemic of loneliness. I think audio really plays a special role in that, and I don't mean for that to I really do believe, it's like what you talked about. You create this amazing connection. It's how you tell stories, and it's just fundamental to what we do every day at SiriusXM, is find these opportunities to bring storytellers, to bring artists and musicians to our listener base. And it's really inspiring to get to be a part of that every day. And look, we're going to continue to leverage technology. I mean, I think in some ways we think of ourselves as sort of the anti-AI, right? That we want to be focused on human creation and curation of content. But there's certainly a role for tech about in terms of how we deliver audio to our customers, and for us, leveraging streaming in the car as a complement to satellite to deliver more personalized experience. I think there's, real demand for live linear side, time shifting and on demand, and we can bring both of those together. Listening experience, and it's easier than ever now with things like AI, allow for discovery in the car and outside of the car. One of the things that's really exciting is to be working with great talent like yourself, and an opportunity to hopefully give you a bigger platform and have an opportunity XM audience and our loyal subscribers with different forms of audio that make sense for our service. And I think it's a really incredible opportunity, part of SiriusXM, and we have it's a great time at the company. We have a I think probably agree that it's a fascinating for your time today.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
first, channel agnostic, and science driven in all aspects of how we show up.
Audience first. What was the second one that you said?
Channel agnostic.
Audience first, channel agnostic.
Science driven.
Science driven. All very important, and we can get into all of those things. But taking a step back, so Kroger Precision Media, can you give me just a sense of the scope of all the places that you would show up for, consumers who are interacting with something that you're touching?
Yeah, of course. A core part of the retail ecosystem is helping brands win within retail in the commerce space. So you have an owned and operated asset that we have that we engage with our brand partners on. The other layer is around the data accessibility and the data layer to influence media and media plans, agnostic of being in any one publisher ecosystem.
Okay.
And so that's where we can work with brands under what are the KPIs, what's the job to be done, what are the opportunities of who they want to expose what content to, no matter where that consumer is.
Okay.
And then, of course, we've got the right relationships with appropriate data onboarders and DSPs and technology companies and publishers to make sure that we can get the right content exposed to the right consumer no matter where they're consuming that content.
So to borrow maybe a phrase from Kroger itself, are you kind of like a one-stop shop for all the needs of what somebody might want to do when they're advertising?
We can create a new level of accountability across any ad dollar spent.
And what's your message that you're bringing here to CES 2025? I'm sure you're meeting with a lot of people and having a lot of conversations.
It's really around the reality today more than ever that efficiency and effectiveness, not only can it coexist, but it has to. It has to through this next horizon of how we really bring together brand building efforts alongside the performance marketing expectations of the past. We've talked for years in this industry that the funnel is collapsing. The funnel has collapsed. And we need to be able to make sure that we're bringing together really valuable connection points no matter where that consumer is. And so efficiency and effectiveness, it has to coexist. And we've got the right responsibility of the data assets and human connection to allow that to happen.
Can you explain a bit more about the funnel has collapsed? What does it look like now? Is there any shape that we can assign to this? Any geometric shape we can use as a metaphor?
Well, it's an awesome question. I don't have a new geometric shape specifically to that question. But really, the fundamental messaging behind that new reality is brand builders and brand planners can't think like they have in the past. And so we have to really rethink process and practice from the beginning. Audience planning has to reset and ignite a new opportunity to who do we want to expose what content to, and then we work through the different channels that are the right channels to connect with customers. And then you have to have a much greater level of agility within the channel allocation, within the audience experience, and the creative overlays. And so, there is not an opportunity anymore to not bring a fluid nature to business planning as well as brand planning. And of course, at the end of the day, brands need to move product. They need to make sure that their product, their message is resonating, and they move items off the shelf.
If you're cool with it, I'm going to call it the fluid dodecahedron. I was trying to remember a name from geometry class, and that's the first one I came up with. So we can coin this new thing together here at CES. It's all about innovation, and I think we can be innovators there. Is there, I think embedded in the answers that you just gave me were a number of different industry trends. But when you look at the trends that you're driving and that you're also kind of operating within, what are those frameworks that you're trying to make sure that you're steering your ship in the right way?
There is definite focus and commitment once you get past the core premise of responsibility that has to happen through any level of human connection, right, and customer connection, and making sure we're creating that right value. It next gets into how we create the right, remove friction, right? What is the right seamless access to this intelligence to help make the entire marketing environment more performant. And so what we've been doing over the last couple of years, we're 7 years in, we're 7 years young, if you will. What we've been doing is adjusting some of the business models and how we go to market alongside some of the technology partners, all to be able to connect with the practitioners every single day and make their lives easier. There's no shortage of data out there. The density of data, the utility of data, the value of that data, there is a differentiation in the marketplace. But how do we engage at the starting point with brands and with our agency partners and ultimately with the technology partners to make sure that we remove friction?
Do you think about serving kind of two audiences, both the end consumer and the brand partners, and do you kind of hold those ideas maybe in tension or partnership?
Absolutely, and the end consumer is going to tell us whether we're getting it right.
Let's talk about AI because we're here at CES 2025 and everyone else is talking about it, so we might as well get into this as well. Let's talk about your customers from the perspective of the brand partners that you're working with. What do they expect from AI? What do they expect to just work now? And then how are you actually delivering on that?
Well, there is definitely an expectation where the acceleration of content and creative experiences, that is supercharged and can be supercharged. Really, again, it has to sit within the brand framework of responsibility, but that is an expectation. That's where we're seeing that content and creative push really take shape. And it's an important piece of the puzzle, right? Because there needs to be the right precision of the creative asset connected to audiences, and we need to be able to enable that in a way that we can scale.
Yeah. So there's obviously no shortage of interesting and exciting places to reach customers, and places that are growing include things like streaming services, which are increasingly adding advertising options as a model. You can reach people in stores increasingly. A lot more screens may be going up in stores. What's really exciting to you? What's the area? Maybe if you want to cheat and choose all of them, you can. But like, what's really exciting to you about these different areas and opportunities of pockets to kind of reach people in new ways?
Yeah, I think there's definitely three that are front of mind. Streaming is definitely one of them. The addressability that is now accessible and only continuing to grow is really material. And we've run well over 100 CTV campaigns, and we're seeing, again, using the right depth and density of the data asset, we're seeing our household penetration household penetration lift grow north of 8%. Sales lift being just shy of 6%. That's great, because the investment that's going to sit behind streaming and then where efficiency is going to continue to play out over time. Obviously, it's a more premium game right now, but that's a core piece and a core promise. The other space that we're excited about moving into is how do we unlock and enable our audiences within the social constructs as well. Obviously, commerce is moving fast, and social commerce is moving fast, and that's a big space. And then the last bit, you talked about it within stores and screens, and we're in an early journey there, and that is one that we do believe in, the promise of the future. How do we do that in a way that inspires and connects people as they move through a very traditional journey in a physical format?
And all those things kind of converge, right? So if I buy something in a store and then I take a picture of it and post it on social media because that brand is in some ways part of my identity, these things begin to converge, right? Is there something that you are predicting or imagining for the next 5 years that you think other people in your space might see as implausible, but you really think is maybe going to happen?
It's a great question. The bit that this industry still is sitting behind is this expectation of these retail data signals and the role that retail data signals will materially play in more traditional kind of awareness-driven channels, and we do sit behind the premise of you are what you buy, and how do we use these different signals more strategically across an entire business plan, and that's one that we're still our early days on, not philosophically challenging that reality, but practically implementing new processes for brands to live by and for their business partners to execute against.
And are there changing ways of measuring success in this space, and are there different ways brands need to be thinking about measuring success as opposed to the past?
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing that take shape, and that's been a really exciting part over the last few years of the traditional media metrics. It's not that they're not important. That is a lens that is looked at, but it's not the lens into effectiveness or the lens into efficiency. The mixed models of annualized mixed models, even quarterly mixed models. This industry moves too fast to rely and wait 12 weeks to understand performance. And so speed of learning and being able to use these micro signals more fluidly into the business outcomes is really, really critical.
And is it also maybe even about like being willing, so if someone were to say, oh, just give me more time, give me more data, I'll give you the perfect answer. Is it about maybe philosophically a willingness to say, I don't have time to wait for the perfect answer, I just need the signal and make the best option that I have right now?
Yeah, and keep moving and keep learning. And I think the other bit is everybody wants to look at incrementality. Everybody wants to think about how effective and efficient can my media be. This industry was born off of really driving to a bottom line on efficiency and cheap reach. You could waste a lot of investment dollars going against cheap reach. And so getting into what truly is the business outcome and brand outcome. What do we think about from a household penetration, net incremental households into the brand, long-term value, using some different data points and KPIs is going to be really important.
Well, so much more to talk about when we hopefully have you back again. Kara Pratt, Kroger Precision Media. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And thank you so much for watching us. This is the C-Space Studio. I'm your host, James Kotecki. We are here at CES 2025, and more great conversations are just ahead. Definitely live.
right? Since acquisition, we have rolled out and shipped over 250 product innovations, more than in the last 10 years at the company. And one of those things, one of the best product innovations that I usually refer to it as, it may in fact be the holy grail of advertising products, is called Trend Genius, because it's something that only X can do.
Is that a new innovation?
New innovation.
2025?
Maybe. We probably beta tested with it within the last, I'm going to say max 4 or 5 months.
And how does it work?
It's unbelievable. So everyone talks about what's trending on X, right? No surrogate for X, you have to check X. You got to know what's going on. So the product we developed is when a trend kicks up on X and it hits a certain, let's call it altitude, right? Or it's really on fire on X, what's designed with advertisers that we have agreements with, their ad campaign gets fired up and it starts to take advantage of those trends. I'll put it in something that's easy to visualize. So for example, there was during a Taylor Swift concert, Bradley Cooper is spotted with Travis Kelce in one of the boxes, starts singing the Taylor Swift song. Oh my God, Bradley Cooper is now a Swiftie. So it starts trending on the platform. So what happened, because of our previous agreement with LVMH, and Bradley Cooper is an influencer for LVMH, that campaign starts kicking and fired in the real-time conversation that's talking about Bradley Cooper being a Swiftie in real time. So think about, for the marketers in the room, the holy grail: right ad, right place, right time. But now you're adding global scale in the conversation. And the most important thing about it is, because of the uniqueness of the trends, maximum efficiency. I mean, knock every KPI out of the park with something like Trend Genius, because then when the trend starts to cool down, then your campaign pauses and we move on to the next. Imagine that. And actually, coincidentally, I would have talked to you about this anyway, because it truly is the holy grail in ad product, but replicated during the Golden Globes, where you had Zendaya, who's also an influencer with LVMH, another campaign kicked because the trends were so hot with her showing up at the Golden Globes.
And the engagement. That was the big thing. Right?
Yes, the big announcement, and probably lasted long. Like, what is that we see? Is there an engagement? So exciting, and that's what's been so effective. But it really does speak to, when you think about it, where there's no surrogate for X. When you want to know what's going on, red carpet fashion for the Golden Globes. It's like, I was talking about this the other night. It was like the first time that I stopped arguing with my husband over who has the remote for the TV, because you had the Golden Globes going on, and I was like dying when I was reading about, come on, Nikki Glazer's like fire monologue. But my husband is interested in the football game and wanting to, like, he's eyes glued saying this is consequential, and Jahmyr Gibbs 4 touchdowns. So we didn't have to fight over the remote anymore, because it was breaking in real time in my hand. So that's what's been so exciting, and that's really what's leading to, the growth on the platform. And it brings you to what makes sense is recent poll showing that Gen Z is what's really fueling the growth of the platform. Ad Age, Harris poll, talking about the #1 brand getting Gen Z's attention is X. And why is that? It's things we're talking about. It's fashion, it's culture, it's sports, it's music, it's gaming, in real time when they want to see it, which is whenever they want to see it. Right. So it's been a really exciting moment, a really exciting time at X and the platform.
So in addition to Trend Genius, what are the other big innovations people can expect in 2025?
Okay, so we talked about that it was about 3 things, right? Yep. So we talked about the safety, we talked about the ad products, that there's also, no surrogate for X, and it leads you to really partnerships like only X would do. If you're transforming the company like we are, you want to partner with the best brands, and there's no bigger, stronger brand than the NFL. So we just rolled out this season the NFL portal. So think about, we talk about X as the global town square. Think about the NFL town square, all conversation, all rankings, all stats, all video, all in one place. And the season's not even done yet. So far this year, 36 billion impressions around the NFL, 4 billion video views. So when you look at numbers like that, it really starts to crystallize in your mind what this was all about in the first place and what the idea of becoming the everything app really means.
Are you thinking about expanding the portal model? And I'm thinking specifically about news. What are we expecting in 2025 in terms of news and journalism?
Well, I think it's safe to assume you will see, since we rolled out the NFL portal, soft launch with the portal to Paris with the Olympics, and you'll see other big leagues around the world, so global sports portal, it's safe to assume that will expand. As far as news goes, it's...
Will there be a news portal?
Well, I think it's really exciting time. As you know, this year was a seminal year for X, particularly as it provided independent journalists a clear canvas to really explore their craft. That's such a challenge for them today. I mean, look at yourself. Come on, you knew I would check the numbers. Your followers are up over 35% since October. And there's a reason for that. When we look at the sad, challenged state of journalism today, when you think that a journalism just under pressure from financials, constant layoffs, you're reading about it today. The state of journalism today in legacy media, we know the future of news is not legacy media. Legacy media news has become almost like a fan service to make sure that you're speaking to a niche audience to make your budget, right? And what we want to do is make sure that we provide a great place for that journalistic curiosity to return, right? To make sure that there is a place for journalists to come, thrive, and earn a great living. We have a great creator revenue share program that we're very generous. We want to make sure that we pay off our promise to incent the livelihoods of the journalists who contribute to the free and fair press that the citizens of the world are missing. It's why what naturally rose up on the platform, where the shift in control, the shift in the narrative is now in the user's hand. And it's people like you and the exposés and giving whistleblowers a safe forum to talk about the stories that people are really interested in and inspiring change, really inspiring change by what's allowed by protected free speech and a two-way conversation of information accessibility, and not one-way filtered information of legacy news that is designed to make you think a certain way. It's a new day, a new era.
So it sounds like a news portal may be possible.
Well, it's a really good push, I have to say. She's very good, right? It's why I'm pretty excited to talk about X hiring John Stoll, right? Former editor and bureau chief of the Wall Street Journal, who's just joining us to help lead together the news group and partnership team at X to, again, bring everything we're just talking about to life and just expand it on such a global scale.
We're sitting down just 13 days before the inauguration of President Trump as the 47th president of the United States. Have you had a conversation with Elon Musk about how this is going to work with the Department of Government Efficiency?
Well, listen, Elon is a visionary, and there is no better person that can set a vision and a course for others to be inspired and follow. Maybe that's the question we ask Mark Zuckerberg today, right? So he inspires people to follow, and that's what I do with the team every day at the company, is to take that vision and to bring it to life and to execute with perfection. But as far as Doge is concerned, I would imagine that surfacing, identifying government waste and inefficiency is beneficial to all of us. And I don't think there's two better people than Elon and Vivek to do that. And as Americans, we should all be rooting for the overwhelming success of Doge. I would expect other countries to follow. And I would also imagine, you said the inauguration is about 2 weeks away. But I would imagine that Doge and the success of Doge will be talked about as probably one of the single biggest unifiers that will bring this country together. And it's something we should all be rooting for and really cheering for its success.
Do you expect Elon Musk to use X to advance his objectives for government efficiency?
Well, I think there's open dialogue on the platform, and there's no more transparent user of X than Elon, and he shares all his thoughts and feelings and vision on what he thinks about everything in his real life and his views on the world. And actually think about that we should encourage all business leaders, all government leaders to do exactly the same thing and share more, not less, because whether it's Elon, whether it's you, Catherine Herridge, or me, Linda Yaccarino, we should exercise our own individual freedom of speech rights, but also our life experiences and what we'd like to share and inspire other people. I was really taken a couple of weeks ago. Now that I think about it, if you saw, Elon was posting on the platform and having a real-time conversation with Sundar about quantum computing, like in real time. If you haven't seen it, you gotta look it up, and I'm watching it going, this is the power of X. So you have these business leaders, world leaders, we encourage them to share more, not less. So I think it's really, with growth exploding all over the platform, and obviously you talked about the election, a validation that free two-way lane street of accessibility to information, that's what people want. And that authenticity now more than ever is rewarded. It's rewarded by the people, Gen Z the most. They want you to bring your real self because they talk about the election as being a podcast and an X-election. That's where that comes from, because that authenticity is new table stakes. And I think that should inspire a lot of leaders all around the world to have at it.
There's tremendous power in an Elon Musk post. I checked last night, he has over 211 million followers. And look at what's happened in the last week with the grooming gangs scandal in the UK. As CEO, does it cross any red lines when you start to see reporting about the UK Prime Minister considering changing the nature of the relationship between the UK and the US?
Well, first of all, I don't think about it as red lines. I think about it in a different way, like I said, of, really a different perspective. It's more than less. And what I would really say as a mom, you're a mom. If not for X, where would the conversation be about to save thousands of girls, to bring people to justice who must be brought to justice? So I say more than less. And those grooming trials would have stayed silent, and now we're looking at an inquiry. So I look at bravery and vision and the courage to do that. So I think that saving those girls, preventing any other girl in the world to be exposed to such sick depravity as a mother, I ask all of you, that's what deserves a round of applause.
It is quite something to see these conversations playing out in real time online and seeing responses from European leaders alleging that Elon Musk is engaging in political interference or meddling. How do you respond to those?
Did you say peer leaders? I'm sorry. I really
European.
Oh, European. I'm
yes.
sorry.
Sure.
I really think it's interesting because I was reading that in real time. I don't understand how that's interfering in elections. There's influential people all over the world stating their points of view. Publications either endorse or state their points of view all the time. I saw a lot of that popping up. And it really isn't about that. It's about that it's a different point of view. And it's not the current, I think, talking points of yesterday that was acceptable. And I go back to what I just said. If not for X, where would those girls and future girls be? So I say more, not less.
X is the #1 news app in how many countries now?
Oh my gosh. I think it's nearing a couple of hundred.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the #1 news app in the world.
And what do you think explains that?
I think it's pretty simple, right? And it's the core foundational value of X, which is protecting the freedom of speech around the world. And when the freedom of speech is protected, democracies are able to be successful and thrive. And that means the global town square, which invites all walks of life to come and share their points of view, is enabled and becomes popular. What it's also about is how technology has liberated information. You and I, we spent most of our careers at legacy media, right? And what our jobs became was working within these boundaries of what legacy media was. Almost the way I talk about it, like stacking the proverbial sandbags to try to prevent the future from overtaking us before it happened while we were there. Well, when you look at why has the X become such a popular news app, it is because, right? I said, I want to go there. I want to go where the free flow of information is encouraged, where the users are given the respect to make their own decisions and see both points of view. Can you see it now all kind of stitched together, coming together? Community notes, the protection of free speech, all of this ad innovation, it was the vision all along.
Well, it's very hard to argue with the data. Let's talk about 2024. What were the watershed events in terms of engagements and the numbers?
I think there are a lot of watershed moments for the platform. When I think about last year at this time, we were testifying in front of the US Senate about X's P0 priority of protecting children all around the world. And it gave everyone like a wake-up call. We said, wow, there's real people at that new company reshuffling priorities, and their priority is protecting children. But then when you kind of fast forward, let's talk about the last bunch of months, and you look about the watershed moments of the results of the election. All eyes were on X. 3 biggest days on the platform. Unfortunately, the first assassination attempt on President Trump. You had Election Day, right? And you also had Biden stepping out of the race.
Right, that window with the debate.
Yes,
Yeah.
so the debate. It all came together where there was the highest days of usage on the platform globally. And now you look at it, and those seminal moments are still continuing because X has crossed into that really no surrogate that could perform. You're watching the new government unfold, right? And you're seeing all the nominees announced, the background all of a sudden coming up, and you're watching it in real time. And I thought to myself when this first started happening and President-elect Trump was starting to announce his nominees, and I thought, wow, in real time. No surrogate for X, but this is really an example of a government of the people, by the people, for the people. I felt a part of it. And I think a lot of people share that view, and that's where they come to X now to enjoy that, which is no surrogate. I need to find out what's happening, and I need to check X.
You mentioned this earlier. It feels like 2024 was an election. Independent journalism, podcasters like Joe Rogan really broke the back of traditional media, especially with 60 Minutes and the presidential interviews. I don't think you would ever have expected 4 years ago that candidates would skip 60 Minutes.
Yeah, I don't think they would have ever skipped 60 Minutes, and there was no other platform that would encourage it, whether it was Joe Rogan and some of the other podcasts, or X certainly wouldn't have done it. And it's something we wear that, kind of that X badge of honor very proudly.
In closing, in 2025, is there a single idea or concept or technology that will take X to the next level?
Oh goodness, what a question. If there are any Xers in the room or watching, there's things that haven't been thought up yet, or maybe there's one person that thought of them already. So to predict 25, but I would say what's in front of us now, I would say two things that'll continue to just change the way any user comes to expect what a social media platform is. And I would talk about X money, right? It is going to change both payments and the opportunities creators on the platform forever. And then you have to talk about Grok, right? So those two things together, profound differentiation for our company and profoundly propelling us like at breakneck speed into 25.
Just in the final 10 seconds, what do you think the engagement numbers will look like in 2025?
A lot higher than they were in 2024.
All right, Linda Yaccarino, CES.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you.
Very welcome.